Alright, I had to cough before I turned on the microphone. I got my water. Well, actually, I drank like half my water. But there's a ton of ice, so it'll turn into water eventually. What up, everybody? We're back to some Satisfactory. And I have some fun things to share. First and foremost is the very idea that we're going to be running around and gathering up all of our uranium today. That's kind of my plan, right? So that's kind of my plan. I marked them. There's one there. There's... Move, map. Oh, Squidward. Oh, doorbell. I haven't heard the doorbell in a minute. Squidward, how goes your Wednesday? How are you? So there's one over there. There's one over there. And then there's 1, 2, 3 right there. And I'm pretty certain that that's all of it. I'm pretty certain that is all of the uranium on the whole map. He's fine. Still at work. How is work going? Work going well, I assume? Didn't you switch, time shifts recently? I could have swore you switched time shifts thingies after the holiday happened. Or am I wrong in that? I could have swore. Anyway. Long. I came in at noon. That is a long shift. Wait, that is a long shift. Why long shift? Why such long shift? Only Friday through Sunday. Oh. I mean, does that make it, any better, though? Right? They needed extra body in the command post. And Squidward was like, on it, Chief. On it. I mean, that means the pay's gotta be pretty good, right? That means the money's gotta be moving pretty nicely. I would make an assumption, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see if I am right about my uranium real fast. Yep. I get my weekend nights back. That'll be nice. That would be nice. Just to have all of that back. Yep, I was right. Those are the only 5 nodes in the entire map. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that's funny. Right? A corporation giving money? I've been talking to a friend of mine about all the absolute idiotic comments from corporate CEOs sitting there trying to convince us, the public, the people, that AI is a good thing and we need to find good applications for it or we're gonna lose the trust of the people. And I'm like, bro, you've been losing the trust of the people with AI for a minute. Nobody is, playing with this idea of yours right now. Nobody gives a shit. Not to mention the fact that you've spent so much money investing in things that don't exist yet in the hopes that they will exist soon, all for AI, and we're over here like, you think we should trust you? Oh, it's so sad. Gotten a few raises, but it's still lousy pay. Yeah. Hey, at least you got some raises at my last job. So, at my last job, when they hired me on, when they interviewed me, I said, here's what I want starting. And they were like, we can't do that yet. But, and I had this on they recorded the whole interview and everything. So I was confident that they were going to uphold it, and they didn't because, they're slimy sons of bitches. But basically what it comes down to is they were like, every couple of months, we'll give you another small raise. Another couple months, give you another small raise until you reach that starting minimum, and then we'll put you on track for what everyone else kind of is, right? So it's like, okay, so in theory, over the course of the next 6 to 8 months, I would be making what I was wanting to start at. And I was like, okay. Like, I agreed purely because I was like, look, I need to get out of the retail space so badly. This is an opportunity. I saw it as an opportunity. I took it. I regret everything. And then they never gave me a raise. In the 17 months that I worked for them, I never got bumped up. I was like, you people understand that I am working for like $4 less than my starting asking was, and it's been a goddamn year, right? And they didn't give a shit. Why would they give a shit? Anyway, I need to share some cool stuff I've learned. You want to see some cool thing I learned? Turns out you can make your belts bright. Look at there's just some examples, but it's like, you know, you can make them very neon. And I learned this by tinkering with some numbers. So watch what I can. So here, I can. Let me look away from this for a second because it's gonna blind me otherwise. You can mess with these numbers here. So if I were to say, hey, I want that at like 1,000 instead of 10, I hit select color, and boom. You can make them explosively bright, explosively irradiated belts. And look at it. It looks really cool from like a distance, right? It looks pretty cool from a distance. But if I get up close to there, it is crazy. Should be brighter. I can do it. Watch. Let's go to here. You can do that. You can make it 5,000 instead of 1,000. 5,000. It's that color. Shabam! It gets even brighter. So you can mess with the colors like crazy and get all of the nonsense brighter. 10,000. 20. 1, 2, 3. 20. 1, 2, 3. 20. 1, 2, 3. 20. 1, 2, 3. We're starting to reach the absolute limits of how far this thing is willing to irradiate outward. So we can, you know, destroy our retinas with just a couple of color changes. And I wonder how bright that's gonna maintain, like, all the way the fetch over here. It's maintaining pretty good. And then it kind of dwindles. I want my I want my corneas to singe. All right, let's not 20,000, bigger. One 100, 1, 2, 3. 100, 1, 2, 3. 100, 1, 2, 3. Oh. It's only getting brighter. How far can we break this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can barely see my coffee mug. Oh, that's bright. That's like painfully so. But yeah, so I learned that we can do that with our belts. I think it's silly. Yo, what up, Fade? How's it going? Look what I learned how to do. Look at what I learned how to do. Meh, could be brighter. I set it to 1,000,000. Like, yeah, Just put the sun on the ground. Just set it down. Everything will be fine. So yeah, we've learned you can tinker with these numbers. Actually, hold on. I wonder... what happens if I put this on a machine? What happens if I put it on a machine? Lame! Alright, so it only works with the Mark 6 belts, because the Mark 6 belts are like bursting with light all the time. So now let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I did 7 last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like every 0 is not adding that much anymore. It's kind of like... it's going a bit on a curve as saying, hey, it's not as crazy as it used to be. It's still very bright, though. But then if I go down here, it's like, it's not crazy until I walk up to it. It's only really insane when I'm way above it and I can see the light, you know, actually coming off of it. How far do I gotta go before it's like incredibly weak sauce? I mean, you know what? That's maintaining pretty far. That's maintaining pretty far. Maybe. So one of our nodes is all the way up there. The rest, there's one way over there. And then the rest are all across there. So we're gonna... I'm going to, first and foremost, lower this down. I think I had it at like, no, you know what? Let's do... bring it down to 100. So that way it looks irradiated, but it's not like, oh dear God, my eyeballs. Why? And we can actually like see some pattern and whatnot. So we'll play with that, and I'm gonna build my lines like that all the way around as we're gathering these things. How do they look on these? How does it look on one of these belts, I wonder? On a lift. Not as crazy. Not as crazy. Which is a little sad. So yeah, it's just the Mark 6 belt because of the way that they built the light nonsense to work and how it reflects off of the belt itself. But even still. So I guess my big goal is to get that stuff down here. My big goal for today is to get all of the uranium to the base. And we can do that quite easily. I say easily, but it's actually, you know, it's just going to take time. It's not, there's only 5 lines in total. They're going to get mashed into 2. And I don't even recall if I'm using all, I know I'm using all of them, but, you know. Wait, do you want to bring it to the base? Yep, that's the plan. We're bringing all of the uranium to here. Because it has to go into this system right here. Are you sure? I mean, it's got to be done. It's just raw uranium. It's going to get processed and it's going to do other things. I know it's going to cause some problems. But we need to get it to here. Like, it needs to go into this system. We need the raw uranium. We need all of it to get to here. Now, I have my suit. I have the suit on, and I've got my filters. And once it is, you know, it is going to sit in the system for a good minute, though, which might be a problem. I've never actually... Like, is just the uranium ore... Does it irradiate other things in this game? Or is it just the waste stuff? I could have swore it was just the waste stuff that causes all the big problems. I mean, I know it's going to be slightly annoying to work around for me, right here and whatnot, but it's actually not going to be that crazy, because it's going to get turned into rods, fuel rods and whatnot. So it gets turned into fuel rods and everything will work out great. So I don't really see the problem. Unless there's a problem I'm not anticipating right now. So there very well might be. I don't know. Let's see. That's done. This is done. This is done. All this is done. Oh. I also learned something. So there is a way for me to... I'll show you in the modeler. So remember here before where we were like, oh, yeah, there's not enough of that stuff in the world, right? To process this much stuff and actually have all these generators going. So I went and I did the math. There is a way to do it following the game's restrictions. And what ends up happening is we make 20 plutonium fuel rods, but we only use 4 1/4. So what that means is 4 1/4 goes into here and the rest go into a sink. And it's kind of just a waste of power, right? Because we have we have 6,000 SAM left in the world. So we could do this. So we can actually power everything. We have this much Caterium in the world. That's fine. We could get enough stuff to do all of these things. I don't know what I just messed with. Oh, that was what I just messed with. All of this stuff is already handled and taken care of. This stuff is not hard to go get. And this is already taken care of. So this is the legal way that we could do it. This is hey, we don't break the video game by adding mods and adding our own shit into the video game. So it is possible. And I know it's possible because I've done the math. And it's all right here, right? But all we end up getting out of that is like 100,000 power plus 53,000 power. Who wants that? I don't want that. I want 500,000 power and 250,000 power. I want all of the big power. And so I have proved to myself that yes, I could play within the confines of the game. Sure. We would just sink some plutonium rods. Sure, I guess. But we can do better. But we can do better with the power of modifications. So, I guess I should just leave it up to asking, hey, should I go full regalia and doing the 80 and the 40 instead of the 17 and the 8.5? Probably 9, actually. The 17 and 9? Like, do we want to go full regalia and say to hell with, playing it this way and just go for the gold? Do the thing. Do the thing. That's what I like to hear. I mean, Fade, I don't know if I showed you. So we've already found a way to it's a mod, okay? It's a mod. And basically I can just be like, for the price of some more, I can just make a node. I can just be like, I want a node right here. And I can be like, I can just line them up and get all the things. So we add nodes into the world and say to hell with it. And I want to do the whole goddamn thing. I don't want to play with this like, oh yeah, we do all these reactors only to get like 17 and then, 9. What a waste. Why not just rows of these things, right? Why not just rows of those things? I want rows of those things. Everybody should want rows of those things. We want to break the power system. We want to absolutely destroy and obliterate the power system to its actual max capacity. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna use the resource mod, we're gonna add shit, and we're gonna do it. Because that sounds like way more fun than not doing that, in my opinion. So my first node is all the way up there. So I need to first get up there. Which I guess we could do pretty easily by just actually going over there. Let's see. Come on, there's got to be something I can... Yeah, I was about to say, there's got to be something up here I can put this on. All the way up, going on up. Up to the big cliff. My goodness, but this thing is tall. I like how they built an obstacle course. I've never actually noticed the obstacle course to get up to here. It exists. Did I ever get that thing? I haven't marked like I did. So maybe I must have. Let me guess, too long? Yeah, too long. Oh well. I got an achievement. Reach the highest cliff in the game. What, have I just never been up here? Alright. Now, I need to build a platform to get this off this rock. This far enough? I don't know. My thought is this. See that space right there next to quartz? I'm probably gonna put the balancer. Probably gonna put the balancer right here. Alright, I'm gonna try this. That is so not far enough, is it? That is so not far enough. Must go further. Must go out farther. Go out a whole 10. Because why not? Nothing can stop me. Besides, what's the worst that, you know, could happen? It is. I think. Also, which one is this? This is... There's only normal... I think this is the normal one. Impure. Oh, this is one of the impure ones. It's a real shame that I need all of it. Otherwise, if it's like, oh, I just needed all but one of these nodes, I could have just said no to that one. This is surely high enough, right? Oops. Surely this is... Make my way down, nice and slow like. Oh, I ran out of power. I ran out of power already. Luckily, the hover pack just says, don't worry. We'll just let you down on a nice, slow thing if you hold the button down. If I don't hold the button down, bad things happen. Christ, but this is long. God damn it, it's down. Look at how far that was. I'm also realizing a problem. I'm gonna have to go all the way back up there. I have to go all the way back up. And... before I do, though, we need to set one of these into there. Now we're gonna hold this and go all the way up. And then I'll get rid of the in-between pillars on the way down or something. It needed so many foundations to go all the way up. That's okay. Very, very big. Big tower. I mean, let's see. What could I have done otherwise? I guess, you know, if I really, really wanted to, I could have just set up, like, a single drone port to be like, here, go pick this up and just bring it down. But I don't want to fuel drones. I do not want to fuel drones right now. Fueling drones is going to be too much of an annoyance on me. Ergo, we're not doing it. Look at how cool the factory looks from all the way up here. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, I'm like, where is it? Endless lift. Endless lift is best lift. Let's be honest. Oop. Then we'll just get the belt set up and we'll just put a miner on it. We'll send it on down. That's not the right thing. Where the hell are my power shards? Have I used all of them? Must have used all the ones in my inventory. Whoops. Why are we not making more? Why would you put a child on the Gigabelt? Why not? Does it not look like an entertaining ride? It's just big belt. I mean, they are a little fast. All right, fair point. But at the same time... Sphere! Wait! I saw a sphere over there! You know, there is uranium in this belt right now, in this lift, and yet I'm not getting affected by the stuff. Interesting. Oh, dang it. I just happened to line it up perfectly with this thing. Yeah. He moved to the pole, yep. Who knows what damage he's caused? You know, you're right. I don't know. I'm assuming. I'm just gonna go off the assumption that I have caused irreparable damage. In fact, that is a very important line, in fact, because that powers that comes from this and that. So, actually, you know what? You're right. I may have stalled something ever so slightly. Just long enough to cause problems. I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright, so that's one belt done. Just 4 more to go. 4 more belts to go. Luckily, I know where most of them are. Most of them are over there. So my thought was to bring them along on the aluminum belt line. Right? So if we bring them along the aluminum belt line, then that's what we do. Have you made any mega shooters? Nope. I don't know, like the last time I tried to make one, I screwed it up somehow, and I was like, you know what, fine. I don't care. I give up. So so I didn't continue to make them. think that's enough momentum to get me all the way over here. Like the last time I tried, you must learn. I know. I tried to build one, and I thought I was doing it right, but apparently not. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't think it was that bad, but apparently it were. Apparently it was just bad enough. Zoom. So now we're gonna have to go locate all of the ones on this route, which I'm gonna start at the swamp. We're gonna start at the swamp, or there's one just outside the swamp. And I think most of them are on this side. I think most of them are on that side, so I can put them on this side of the line, and everything will be fine. I might be wrong. No, they are. Yeah, that side, that side, that side. I sneezed. Ugh. So, not quite swamp. Okay. So I can bring these over to the line, or that one over to that line. Huh. My power plant looks very strange without the generators loading in, but the pipes loading in. There they go. They're finally starting to populate. Oh, there's my giant battery. So I think it's around this direction. Nope, not that one. That's the one. So I want it on this side. I want it on the left side, so that way when I bring it back, everything will be great. Squeak! What up, Shiny Gecko? My arm is officially off of a weight limit. Awesome. How is it feeling? Everything getting okay? Getting better? Things going well? Where is that uranium? It's around here somewhere. Oh, is it up there? Not up here. Where? It's under the waterfall. It's under the waterfall. Oh no. Get her. Yeah. Getting better. And I may have post-surgery arthritis in my elbow. Ugh. That's not fun though. That's not good. So it's underground, huh? Yeah, it's like right beneath me, so it's underneath. Is there a passage into here? The waterfall is not having a very fun time with the sound effects. Aha! Oh shit. Don't worry, they don't see me yet. Die, thing, die. I think that one suspects where I am now. Oh, you moved. I was about to say, that one, like, suspects my presence. This is the cool cave. How do I want to get the ore out of here? Do I go the same way I just came in? Or do we find a path out? Looks like this might be a path out. Or this just takes me to a sloop. I would love a sloop. Hello, sloop. Something's here. Something's here and it's mad at me. I left. We might have to go. We might have to go through the waterfall. I might have to go through the waterfall. That's fine. Very cool cave. I know, right? Like, having to... I think this is, like, my only entry. Well, there might be one over here. But it's not acting like... there is. Yeah. It's just waterfall. This is the path out. All right. Whew, I'm just glad there was something to land on. So, we know where it is. So now how do I want to get it over to there? I think the easiest path is probably just the direct line that goes right through here. Is there enough? Is there opening right here? Yeah, there is. Okay, fantastic. So there is opening right here. So in that case... do kind of like that. Like that. Do what we usually do. Oh, I didn't realize I built it like that. Oh well. It works though. Whoops, I missed. Swish. Like that. I do need to get power down here. Which is not hard because there's power right there. Or right there. That's even better, probably. Good enough. Oh man, but I'm gonna make this a real effort for myself by having to bring that belt over to there, but that's fine. That'll be fine. Oh, and I need to go figure out why the power shards are no longer filling into the what's-it. Something is turned off back at home. The power shards are not filling. And the power shards need to be filling. Oh, come on. That was gonna look so cool. There we go. Nailed it. And there we go. Now we have a really cool swoopy belt. Getting more uranium. And what? How is this one of the pure ones? Impure? What are you? What is this one? Impure. All right, so we have the 2 impures. And I believe there's only like 2 normals, and I'm pretty certain I got their locations marked. I'm pretty sure I had their locations marked. Oops. There we go. Place that. One second. A bot. Bot happened. 1 second. Boop. Killed it. Not gonna clean up those foundations. There we go. That'll look nice, right? That looks better. Keeps that looking nice and clean and everything works the way it's supposed to. I do find it funny how... Oh, and I guess we need to irradiate our belt lines, don't we? We have to irradiate our belt lines with our bright, blinding... everything. It literally illuminates the cavern a little bit. We almost forgot that we need to, you know... Maybe I'll do that on the way back. Because that's going to seem like a lot if I have to go back and forth from that. The hell's in the way? Creature, get out of the way! Get out of the way, thing. Come on, thing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Keep moving. Move. Move. Please. This thing is annoying me. Come on. See, the other one moves around. How come you don't? I've lost my patience. What do you mean you don't die? Fall over. What do you mean there's a creature in the way? Get out of the way, you dumb thing. You are literally gumming up everything. There. I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to not worry about that power line. Oh, too long. What? What? What do you mean too long? It wasn't too long at all. Really? It's off by like 1? Come on, I want that one to go up. Go up and over the line. There we go. Do I have a single highway line? No. Well, I have a 2 and a 3 and everything else, so this will just have to do for until I get to the second belt, in which we will merge these together. Well, let's see, because this is the 300, right? Impure at full capacity is 300. And then At least I think that's right. I think that's right. That feels right to me. Normally I'm right about this sort of thing. I might be wrong, though. 300, yeah, okay. So we have a 1, 2, 3. So those 300s are going to be one belt squished together. Ooh, you know what I could do? You know what I could do before we leave? If I were to go all the way over there and get the one in the desert and bring it to this belt, that's a 600 belt. So we wouldn't have to worry about... Also, the radiation level is going insane. The radiation level is suddenly going absolutely bonkers. I have irradiated this forest. Yeah, the radiation is sticking all the way over to here. Ooh. Have I broke it then? Have we ruined everything? This is the problem with why I was like, I need all the stuff to get there, but to put it on a belt means breaking everything. Man. Oh yeah, we've irradiated the whole thing. Alright, so I'm gonna need a new way. We need a new way to get this over there. Belt is not the way. Belt very much not the way. Okay. Or is it because I have some in my pocket? I have some in my pocket. That would do it. That would be why. I was like, no, I haven't done anything bad. It's because I accidentally had some in my pocket. I'm like, wait just a minute. How the hell far does this thing go? No, it's fine. It was my fault for putting irradiated materials into my hand. Anyway, as I was saying, so there is another one. Ow! Piece of junk. There is another one right here. If we were to bring this down, connect it into this one, then what we can do is just minimize, how many things have to come here to meet up. Because this would just turn into a 600 line. And then we will connect it with this one to make a 900 line. The two over here, it's these two right here, are going to get connected to make one line of 1200. So maybe that's the better play. So let's head on over that way. I are just silly for keeping things in my pocket where they're not supposed to be, land. Hold on, what's this? Which Discord? Oh. Hold on, I gotta... Hold on. So, I saw that, so y'all remember when Texas got that big, winter storm that, like, shut down everything because they didn't have the infrastructure for it. So I saw on the news that was happening again. I messaged Chad about it, being like, I hear there's another, you know, shit-tastical storm coming your way. Stay safe out there, you know. And his response immediately was just, you know, Ted Cruz has already fled the state, so that doesn't bode well for us. Lol. And I was like, you know, it's a very complicated trade-off. On one hand, winter storm bad. On the other, Ted Cruz is gone for a minute. It's a compromise, I suppose. Might not be a good compromise, but that's a complicated balance. Land it over here. Yep, there it is. More spheres for me. I'm gonna go grab the power from over here first. Because that I can easily handle. What the? Why do I have a belt right there? Unless I was using it as a launch pad. Might have been using it as a launch pad. I like how I went to slide and I just shoved my ankles directly into my body instead. I hit a button. Everything's bad. Leave me alone. Alright, I must flee. Ow. Oh, and I see another sphere over here, and I want it. I know there's a little... Yeah, if I go bring it over to here, we have a nice little pass that we can just bring it all the way down in. Ow! You things leave me alone. Do I have any more of my Healy thingies? No, I don't. That's fine. Don't need them. Why do I have silica in my pocket? Why do I have conversion cubes in my pocket? Huh. Well. Oh no! Bring it all the way down. Come on, thing. Line up. Oh, nope. That's where... Okay, that's where I want you. Right there. Can I get it down from right here? It looks messy. Well, the answer is maybe. Too steep, huh? Damn. What if I bring it over to here? Yeah. Bring it down like that. I burned through so many filters by keeping that shit in my pocket, didn't I? Well. Good learning experience, me. Oops. I missed. Oops, clicked off screen. Now, my understanding is I should be able to bring this, you know, essentially through this channel where these things are, connect it up to the other one, and everything will be great. Everything will be fine. Hello, Bean. Excuse me, Bean. I know you're just doing your bean things, but I need you to, you know, get out of my way. Need you to... Oh, you almost had it. You were almost out of my way. You were out of my way for a second there. Come on. Keep going, Bean. Keep going. Keep going, Bean. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you, Bean. Now I just need to bring this all the way to here, or through here. Pretty much close enough to the Sam spot. Actually, basically on the Sam spot, actually. Which the Sam spot is where? Oh my goodness. Oh! Again, welcome in everybody. Welcome in Raiders. How are you all? You're just in time to watch us build highways. Build highways. Okay, we're gonna go down this path. Well, one big highway. Huh. What up, Blood Princess? How's it going? Yay, highways. Ooh, lemon. Lemon. Oh. BP, how goes your Wednesday? We are building... We are irradiating our forest. We're finally bringing the uranium where it needs to be. It's gonna go great, I swear. Whoop. Huh, now hold on, I can't get across over there. Tallest can. Tallest can. Here goes. I'm very tired, but good. How are you? I'm surviving. I mean, you know, I'm alive right now. I've got... that. It sounds more depressing the more I continue to try to, like, you know, go about it. But you get my point. You get my point. I've gone from tall as can to tallest can to tallest can. Yes. Did you expect otherwise? Probably should have. Let's see. So how do I want? So there's that line. I could connect it real easy if I just bringing it along this. So I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna bring it just along here. Make my life nice and simple and easy. I could use a sleepy Wednesday. I didn't get to bed until like 7 a.m. again, and it's not my fault. At least I'm not taking responsibility for it. I wasn't able to switch the thing for a second there. That was weird. The more I play with the curved belts, the more I like them. I think they add a nice aesthetic. Too far. So now if I add a merger in here, boop, just like that. Shabam. And there we go. Now we have a 600 line right here, going upwards and onwards. So let's stand on the belt for a minute. We'll stand on the belt for just a moment. Hello, you. Now we can stand off the belt. Oh, I gotta do my thingy. I'm thinking, oh, this will take me up to the top. This will take me up to the top. Shabam. Oh, it's not the same shadow thingy. Well, I mean, it works still. Tascana, saw you were playing more Dragon Quest. How is it progressing? Are you still having fun? You still enjoying the game? I mean, it's Dragon Quest 3. You can't really go wrong. It was such a good... Dragon Quest is a great franchise. I will make the argument, though, that their later installments... They, I feel like they eased up a little too much on the players. Does that make sense? Like, I think they went a little too easy on players in later installments. Toll eye scan? Ah, what up, Open? How's it going? How are you? How goes your days? Well, I need to... We need to build more foundation. Oh, turns out I didn't need these. I could have just done that. Well, whatever. All the way down. There we go. Need more pylons, and I am well. Trying to find someone to shoot pool with. Ooh, that's something fun. That sounds like would be fun. I am terrible at it. So... You know. I'm not exactly a font of skill in that regard. I'm not great at pool. Nor am I a font of knowledge on it either. Except I'm searching last minute. Nobody's answering. I get that. I get that as well. That do happen. Let me see. Okay, so that one is really, really close. In fact, is it just like... It's right over there? Okay. Wait. Where is it? Is it underneath? Is it underground? Oh, it is definitely underground, isn't it? Alright. Ooh, and they're spooters. Man, why do they gotta hide all the best stuff underground, huh? Wait, it's not under here at all. It's not under here at all. Alright, so how do we get to this one? How do I get to this one? Huh, the slug? Yes, it is. No, the uranium. I need the uranium. Ooh, knocking. Ooh, I need the uranium. Because the uranium is what we're hunting. If I get the uranium... But I don't know... So it's right in front of me, but lower. Hi, Bean. How do I get to it? How do I get to this? Oh, what the? What the? Oh, fuck. Ah. That got me good. That got me good. I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready for that thing to come barreling at me. Okay, so. It's basically right there, which means it's underground somehow. I need to figure out a way to get underneath. No dying midair again, please. I'm trying not to. I try not to. So, let's purity normal. It's clearly, like, inside here. How do we get to it? Whoop. Walked right up to that thing. Hmm. How do I get underneath in order to get to this thing? It's not a cave entrance up here, is it? No, I don't think so. Oh, hey, quartz. We'll need some of that later. Not right now, though. I am not seeing a way into this. Is it, like, underwater? Like, is there an entry underwater? I don't think there is. It's like underneath this. Never underwater, cause can't swim. Well, I was just thinking the entrance. Like, it's clearly in a cave, but how do I get into that cave? You know what I mean? How do I get into the... Ooh. Is it all the way down here? Is it all the way over here? Might be. Could be. That's gonna be one really annoyingly long belt. Ow. No. I think I'm too high. I think I'm too high up. You know how annoying it's gonna be to bring the uranium from here all the way over to here, all the way up and into the freaking belt line? Ugh. Absolute annoyance. Die, Spooter. Die, other Spooter. Oh, there's so many! Okay, they're all dead. Yeah, this is gonna be a real annoyance. I mean, it's a cool cave. I can't really deny that. All right. So there's the gold, or the, you know, there's what we're after. Where does this go? Where does this go? Does this go out? This might go out. What up, Leggy? How's it going? Spiders are a good biosource. Powered my factory off their corpses. I just kill them because they don't deserve to, you know, populate this place. You know what I mean? They deserve everything bad to them. Because they're woo big and scary. Die. Let's see if this has an exit that we might be able to utilize to better fit our needs. I need all the uranium out of this place. Leggy, how goes your week? How's your Wednesday? Nice middle of the week time, you know? I think the consensus thus far among chat is it's a sleepy Wednesday. And I could agree. Nice sleepy Wednesday is not a bad thing. Existing is dumb, but here we are. That's about right for Wednesday. I'm out of ammo. Oh no. I am out of ammo. Okay, this is not so bad. I could bring it out this way. Yep, we could definitely bring it out this way. Okay. Well then. Since I've killed everything in the cave, in theory. Let's just make our way back to the cave, if I can remember how to get there. Lost 60% of my income, but not my job like most did in my department. Oh no. That does not sound like good compromise to me. That sounds like bad all around. I'm running out of all of my ammo types. Oh no. Company downsizing? Is that what's going on? Is that kind of what you're looking at? Regardless, I'm sorry to hear. It sounds awful. Especially with the economy being the way that the economy is right now, it's kind of... Hell, I haven't even been able to make money this month. Like, well, that's not true. I was able to get a little bit of cash flow in the first week of January, and then some shit happened, and the website I basically do a ton of my commissions out of was like, hey, we're going to be down for a month because our host server is having some weird troubles with the new year. We're not certain why. And I'm like, that's not good. So I'm like, I can't make money that way. And then other means were cut off to me for about 2 weeks. And so I'm like, I'm just kind of getting shafted by the sounds of it. And I don't like it. Huge layoffs. Management is not getting enough business, so many idle people fired. Woof. I mean, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear all that. I don't have enough things. I don't have enough things. Fine. I'm gonna make a bunch of these. I'm gonna make a few of these because I need a few of these. I need at least 6 to do what I want to do, so just make them. Bam. What up, Scrooge? How's it going? How goes your Wednesday? We're building. I've run out of ammo. And that's bad. But I'm figuring it out. Sort of. Oh, lemon. Oh, Squidward more lemon. As if I didn't get enough lemon from everyone else. You gotta hit me with a lemon too? Lemon 2. Ooh, now that's another thing I need. That's a thing I need. Alright, so this is a 600 line. You spray. Lemon 2. You see, exactly. That's a thing that I need. We need another lemon. Oop. And I actually know just the soundbite I would use. Not that one. Not that one. No, the doorbell one does still get me a little bit. Gosh dang it. Let's just, you know, bring this along the corpses of our enemies. We will build upon the ruins of my enemies, and we will relish the fact. This is such a big cave. Oh my goodness. Lemon 3. Lemon 3, I have no idea what I would need. I do need the apple one. I do need an apple. But we have a plan for that. I've written it down. I need to sit down and get those done at some point. Oh. I was gonna talk about it. Remember the other day I was talking about waffles? And I was trying to make a blueberry-infused maple syrup? It didn't work out as well as I had wanted. It was fine, but you ever tried maple syrup that's just, how do I describe? Okay. Here's how the best way to do. So, there's a difference between going to, like, a diner and getting maple syrup, or getting a jar of maple syrup, or making syrup at home. So if anybody out there who's, like, ever made maple syrup at home, which is basically just, like, sugar, water, maple syrup flavoring, and it's always, like, super runny, it ended up being really runny. And so I was like, that's not ideal. Hey, wait a minute. Which is sad because I started with a thicker maple syrup in the hope that by adding the refined syrup that I was making would help offset it. You know, I kind of hoped that I would be able to say, hey, I'm gonna, you know, counteract the liquidiness of the blueberry infusion that I made with something else. Should have made and added a cornstarch slurry. I could have done a cornstarch slurry, yeah. I was trying to not have to, but wait. Like, I just kind of wanted, I didn't need it like that. I just needed it thick. How far down can I bring this? You know what? Sure. We'll just do a... We'll do a standard lift elevator and just not care. Whoops. You know what? No, I am gonna care. All because I screwed that up. Also, it's time for a new tape. Let's see, what was I was doing Goat Sim. Let's do this one. There we go. Clear those out. Oop. There we go. Connect all this up. What do you think the spitters taste like? Spitters. I imagine they would be quite chewy. Like, you know, like if you ever had snails or calamari that's like, you know, not prepared properly, can come out getting kind of chewy. I imagine kind of like that. Yeah, quite gamey. Yeah. Yeah. Not so much like... I think it's mostly just a texture thing. Rather than like a taste thing. I bet it tastes pretty whatever. But I would bet... Whoop, whoop. Ooh, I don't want that. Oh, and I'm gonna need to merge. I'm gonna need to merge some stuff here. Hey, jerkbag, get off my platform. Now, let's kind of get this set up like this. There we go. Okay, so we got a 600 line and a 900 and 600 line. 600 and 600. We do need to go get the other 600 line. That is all the way over here. So we're gonna belt highway for a minute. How come it's... Oh, it's because I was using the hold button. Drag all of this a little further. So I gotta remember. It's doing that thing again. It's gonna make me mad. Oh, no. Could taste like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. It's one of the beauties of chicken. Okay, now it's doing the straight thing like it's supposed to. Now it's not warping and being awful and annoying me. How long will that last, I wonder? Just enough to get to here, at least. Alright, now we're still on the straight. Still working. And I will figure out where the whoops. That was annoying. One second. Go like that. Alright, I'm getting pretty close. So I'm gonna go find it. We're gonna go find the other one. We'll connect it into this thing underneath here, so that way we're not interfering with that line once the time comes. I have some... Yep. I was like, I've got stuff in my pocket again, don't I? Damn it. Now, I'm gonna try to build this ow. Get out of the way, Spooter. And to the thing attacking me. Also, knock it off. You know what? You know what? I need more ammunition. We need more ammunition. So we're gonna go get some. Let's ride the belt. Let's go back to the base. We'll get some ammunition. We'll come back. We'll blow everything in this place to hell and back. And everything will be fine. Everything will be great. No one can tell me otherwise. Anyway, as I was saying, the blueberry maple syrup thing is just too runny. I don't know. I guess I could try again and try to figure out, you know, how to do it better, but it still tasted like, I think the other problem is that the maple still vastly overpowered the blueberry. Like, the blueberry flavor of it just, it didn't add anything, sadly. And that made me, you know, rather saddened to find out. God damn this setup. These two. Every goddamn time I cross through here, we're flushing the whole goddamn pipe network. I don't care. Fix yourself, you pieces of junk. I don't understand why you're not working the way every other system is. Makes not a bit of damn sense. None sense whatsoever. That this one just keeps falling apart. I don't know. Aluminum annoys me. It annoys me greatly. Vastly, in fact. Ugh. But once we get all the uranium, again, there's only that node left, and then we've got all of it. That is all of the uranium in the world. And we'll bring it back. We will put it through a balancer. It will balance to equal outputs. Those equal outputs is, I believe it's like, it only needs to be like 987, something like that, but we're going to have 2,100 pumping through, so we're gonna have an abundance of, you know, uranium flowing through, so we're fine. Everything will be fine. Huh. I believe I still have my ammunition right over here. I also have some filters down here. Let's grab a couple more of those. I went through a whole stack. Interesting. There we go. I also need some more explosive stuff. Do I have any? I don't think I have any explosive powder anywhere, do I? Oh, that's annoying. Where was I making some of that? Was I making any of that? Could have swore I had made explosive powder. And put it somewhere. I'm finally getting lost in how much of this stuff is. Mostly because it's like, look, I haven't need. Yeah, okay. So I did have smokeless powder. I've got 6. That's not nearly enough. Did I have more somewhere? No, I don't. Where was I making smokeless powder? That is the right question. Also not this one, over here. Oh, I also need to, while I'm here, I need to check up on why we're not getting power shards funneled into the system. So we need to figure out why power shards are not going into the system. Something is clearly broken there, which is probably a liquid something or other. It's probably the... I don't know. It's the whatever, which I thought was a gas, but apparently it's not. I think only the activated stuff is a gas. I think. Sounds about right. Let me just wait until this gets to, like, 97. As soon as this says 97... Okay, that was weird. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Build these, so that way we have an even 100 of those, which I think they're, yeah, I think they're stacks of 100. So, imagine if belts could speed up vehicles transporting goods. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be great? Oh, my life would be so much easier. I could just be like, yeah, just here. Put the belt down, speed the thing up, add propulsion. What's wrong with that? That's physics, right? It would be nice, though. All that being said, like, look. It's taken us a little while to actually find all the uranium. We have found all of the uranium in the world. We just have to get it back to base, get it funneled into the system, and... Oh, and I can show you guys for those who weren't here earlier, I can show you the neat thing I learned about coloring belts. You can essentially, like, overexpose the Mark 6 belts to be very, very bright and vibrant. We're talking blindingly so. And you know what? As soon as this is done, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. So we can make it look like cartoonish irradiated levels of oh god, why? Like, I'll show you. I'll show you. As soon as this is done, I'll show you on a belt. So, because we're almost there. We're almost there. Come on. Just be done. Yeah, alright. We have our explosives. We have our regular ammo. We're good. Okay. So if I go up here, I will build a... So there's our belt, right? If I go down here and I edit this green, this very bright, vibrant green, they're identical here, you can change these numbers. So if I did, instead of 100, or that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, select color, bam! Like, bright. You can break the exposure system by just overexposing that number. And I don't know what it looks like when stuff is, you know, rolling on it, but holy shit. Like, it gets crazy. So I had it set, I think I have it set at like 100, 100, 100. And it turns it, so 100 makes it look like that, which is like a good balance. Imagine a highway of those at night, though. Right? Huh. Now do your base color scheme. Ooh, let's have a look. So if I did like... Oh, no. Oh, it changes the color, like, dramatically. Cancel that. Oh, that would be rough. Because it's not an overexposed... What's it? But what if we did, like, a normal thing? Okay, but here's the problem. So it doesn't work on buildings. It doesn't do anything to buildings. It only works on the Mark 6 belt. So, like, see, if I just do this, it's just green. No glow, just green. And it's because the way that these belts are designed is they have a light bar in them. And that light bar is what's picking up all that exposure. So if I were to build a... I think it's in architecture. I do have lights, do I not? Do I not have lights? Could have swore I built. Could have swore I had lights. Hold on. I can go get some. I can go make certain that I have them by just going over here and looking at this guy. You know, how have I never moved this guy to somewhere else? No, stay dark mode. We already have our golden nut. I don't have the other statues though. Maybe I should. Indoor lighting. Yeah, where the hell is that at? Where's my indoor lighting? It's not foundations, is it? No. Architecture? It's not under power. Logistics? It's under organization? Alright, sure, why the hell not? Doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It only works on the belt. It only works on the belt. I don't know why, though. I don't know why it works on the belt the way that it does. But my plan is to do at least this color for our uranium. Now, if I pan away, it does kind of diminish a little bit, but you can still see it, right? Like, if you get really far away, it kind of fizzles out and goes away. But it's such a cool little thing that I can do. And so that's why I was like, yeah, I have it set to like 100. I think that's like a good... It's not going to burn my eyes out, but it's going to very blatantly signal, hey, here's a thing going on. Alright, yep, looks like my my power shard system has broken itself somehow because there's too much dark matter residue clogging up the system. Is this a fluid or is it a gas? Dark matter residue produces a byproduct of quantum encoding process that ultimately generated in the converter. Various fields of science. Is it a liquid? What I want to know is it a liquid? That's all I really kind of care about. I believe it is. Gas, I think? If it's a gas, why would it ever back up? No, it's gotta be a gas. Yeah, because of the way that it's moving in the system. It's not sloshing, it's just in it. So is something over here causing the problem? We're not burning these fast enough. How are we not burning dark matter crystals fast enough? this is clogged up. This is where the problem is. So these dark matter crystals go where? They get fed back into this system. Wait, where are they getting fed to? Where the hell are these things going? They're going this way. Into... You're going back into these? Okay, okay. So what I need to do is I just need to set up an overflow and sink them. And that's very, very easy to do. Luckily, this is in my main factor, and I do not care about clipping. So now that will just take overflow. And this thing will never, you know, never have a backup ever again. So now that should never stop. In theory. In theory. Yeah. Gases can't rely on water towers to prevent deadlock. But that's kind of the thing, is like, the gases don't even need a water tower. Gases don't rely on up or down. That's one of the best parts about them. Gas just fills the chamber. So you don't need to build, like, pumps for gas or anything. They just go. They go up and everything works. It's one of the things I like about it, is that it's never, you know, never going to be a problem, never can be a problem, always will just be fine. So that's how our rocket fuel factory works. Is it just says, yeah, we'll just, you know, we'll just go up wherever we want. And how is this set up? Yeah, that's correct, because this should always have the maximum amount going into it, so that way it never backlogs. So that's working now. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So now I need to go all the way back to the uranium lines. And let's go kill some shit. Let's go kill the ugly, awful spooters, stopping me from, you know, doing what I want to do. In fact, we're going to take a shortcut and just go directly across. I don't know if I can reach that. No, I might be able to. Yeah, we won't. Yeah, we're gonna make that. We'll make that. Besides, it might actually be exactly where I want to be going. It is actually almost exactly where I wanted to be going. Well, would you look at that? Dying. Oh, throat, why? My throat be bugging me lately. Throat be bugging. I know you were close, and I know that there's power very much nearby. So as soon as I get to that power pole, I can switch back over. Reload. Now I've got 2,000 ammo. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, no. Don't really like how they're just sitting on that thing. I think one of them saw me. I think the other one saw me. Oh! Oh, there's more beneath me. Alright, I believe they're dead. Yes, indeed. Fantastic. Whoops. As long as this thing is here, they'll never come back again. So there we go. That's a line of 600. Oop. Sorry. There's a survivor. 1 second. I will get you, you skittery little bastard. Get back here. No survivors. We're gonna have to go like this because I need to do a merge into this. And that's gonna be done. Like this. And there we go. Okay, so now the inside belt is at 1,200. This is 1,200. This is 900 right now. 600 right now. This one is 600 right now. This one's not 1,200. 600, 1,200. So this belt needs to get connected with the other belt to make sure that we have enough to do everything that we want to do. All right, fantastic. Now we're back to highway. Ow! That was rude. I come to this planet, pilfer their resources, and this is how they repay me? See how it is. See how it is. Hopefully I have enough space to do this. Then we're going to need to bring this down to We'll probably integrate it into the same line that the aluminum is going on. Probably. And we'll do that to make it look nice. Whoops. Am I on the wrong side? I might be. I might be on the wrong side. What? Oh, no. I can not go through that. Well, shit. Fine. I'll do something more clever then. Well, let's see. Like, can I bring it down just right here? Yeah? If I bring it down right here, it goes all the way down. We'll build another, Man, imagine how much easier my life would have been if I just had done this a while ago. So... we can just bring it like this. And then... I can find a way to connect it into this, which... let's go have a look at that real fast. Oh, I'm not wearing the right thing. I was still wearing the hover pack. And not the jetpack. Okay, how crowded is this thing? It is pretty crowded. This is pretty crowded. I do have enough room for 2 lines, which is all I have. But does this change? That's the wrong way. What does that change on the platform ahead of me? I can build a platform along all of this just to make life easier. Depending on what it looks like when I get over here. Oh, and I forgot. I should probably... yeah, it looks like I use the... you know, more of the space once I get to right here. So, let me do a thing with OBS real fast. OBS, let's talk. I'm gonna bump you up to that. Apply. Hit OK. And see if I haven't... if the, you know, if the Twitch network is just better today. Seems to be. So... Or at least so far. But let's see. Okay, so if I build the platform... So I'm gonna need to build platform all along the right side here. Or I build it on the left and... Hello, flying slug. I could build it on the left. Just do some clever nonsense to bring it to the left and then divert it down this path right here. Because once we get to this path right here, we're gonna combine it right here. And the left line is gonna connect with this one, go into a 2-to-2 balancer. And everything is peachy and wonderful and everyone's happy. So maybe I do it on the left. Maybe we do it on the left, and we still have to build platform. Whoop. Yeah, so let's kind of do it like this then. I think this is the better plan. I'll put this on to make my life easier. Means I'm gonna have to blow up some more trees. What a shame. Kapow! Zoop. Destroy tree? Goodbye. Take care of that one later. It is small and inconsequential. Same with you. In fact, they're probably low enough into the thing to not ever even interfere with the build setup. Okay. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Everything will be just peachy and wonderful. I mean, this is the tedious part of this game. This is the most tedious part. It's just having to put up with getting the material across the world to get to the thing that you needed to do. We are going to have to get rid of this tree. Kabam. It was a nice tree, but this world is ours now. We have claimed it. We have laid claim to this place as our own, and we can do with it as we please. We don't want that tree there? Shabam. Goodbye, tree. That's just the way of it. Boop. There we go. There. I am exhausted today. I am exhausted. Oh! So I was up late. Okay, hear me out. I was up late trying to get some writing done the other night. Not last night, but the other night. I got some writing done, and I was quite happy with that. Because it was an off scene where it's like, hey, we don't need to... There's no combat involved, there's no drama, there's no nothing. So it's like, okay, what are they doing? And I had the idea of like, well, what do people in a fantasy tavern like to do apart from drinking? Well, they like to gamble or play cards or something to that effect, right? And at first I just kind of bullshitted the writing. I was like, they play this, they do this, it's fine, everything's fine. Like, I didn't really actually set rules to it. But then last night, I had the idea, what if I did set rules to it? What if I did create a setup of rules and actually tested this out and see if it functions? And I'm pretty certain I've made a fully functioning card game. Now, I did a few tests, and preliminary results say, yeah, it works. So I'm like, that's cool. Now what do I do with that? But I guess I gotta sit down and do more play testing with it, I guess, and just be like, let's see if I can't, I'm gonna fall because of the autosave, you son of a bitch! The autosave just tried to drown my ass. It's fine now. It's fine now. Probably do not need this line if I'm going to bring it down all the way over here. That'll be fine. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's get a spot ready over here and set up and ready to go. Well, yeah. So I made essentially what I ended up kind of creating on kind of accident, if I'm being honest, was a social deduction mix of just luck and whatever. So it's got a little bit of just basic luck going on, some social deduction, some bluffing. And the tests I ran for it played fine. I was like, okay, even knowing, how the game plays and whatnot, I still had essentially kind of like, think of it almost as cheating, right? Like, I know what all the players have, because I'm playing all the things. So what would, how would this play out? But initial findings say that it could work. My nose. Says that its initial testing says it's playable. Whoops. Ow. No, let me off. I'm gonna have to do something clever with that, but that's fine. Why are you higher? Not supposed to be that. Stop, game. Stop being weird. There, okay. So now that's kind of connected up there. It'll figure its stuff out. Yeah, I'm gonna... Oh, Squidward. Why? But why not? That's why.
Waking up, it's reading in your cup.
Nah. Oh. Now to build this, I suppose. I'm gonna make life easy on myself and do it like this. So close to getting off time. Now, Squidward, I'm not going to ask you to change your phrasing because I think you phrased it exactly how you intended. But, hear me out. No. I'm not saying I'm gonna... Again, I'm not gonna ask you to change your phrasing. Because again, I think you phrased it exactly how you intended to. I said what I said. That's what I mean. Like, pretty certain you know full well what you did. And I understand it. What me and Tim W. do after work is our business. Tim W. Yep. I'm not here to question it. I'm not here to ask questions. I'm here just simply as a silent observer. That did not make it sound any better. In fact, that maybe made it sound even worse. Well, you know. So you're into the chair in the corner? No. As I said, I think I made it sound even worse. Worse than intended. But I'm not gonna take it back. I said what I said. Even if I'm wrong, then I will just own the fact. Alright, more foundation, more build. Hold on, this thing has power all the way through it. So I should definitely be doing like this. Man, I should really come over here and redo this tower at some point too, shouldn't I? I mean, it still looks cool though. Man. Maybe I'll leave it. It looks cool, but it's a little outdated. Come on. Go down faster. Nah. Comedy. Oh man. What was I talking about a while ago? What was I talking about before? I can't remember. I got distracted by something. What is going on in here? Jeez. Nothing. Nothing. I was talking about a card game. And then Squidward started talking about something else, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you can discern from the conversation what was happening. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go down faster. I heard that part. So, I started talking. I was talking about the other night. I was working on my D&D writing project, right? And I had a section where I was like, oh, I get to just write a scene. It's not. There's no conflict. It's just people having a conversation. How do I write that out? And I was like, okay, well. They're very stereotypical fantasy, sitting in a tavern. So what are they doing while they're talking? No one just sits in a tavern and talks, right? And it's like, that's nonsense. That ain't happening. So I was like, okay, well, they're probably gambling or playing a card game of some sort, right? And so I was like, I don't know. I know that card games in the D&D universe exist, but I don't know them very well. I know one, and it's a bad game, to be honest. It's not a good, well-designed game. So I was like, oh my goodness. Ah! Walter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? I was just talking about some D&D stuff. So, as I was saying, Walter, do you like Satisfactory? Tell me about your Satisfactory experience. I would like to know. Whoop. Anyway, as I was saying, there I was saying to myself, oh my goodness. Walter rating you with a party of 6. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you all? How goes your Wednesday? What are you up to? What were you up to? Drink some water. You know what? You're right. I should hydrate. I have been drinking. Not drinking. I have been talking for so long that I forgot to do this. Hold on, let me do my due diligence here. Why is my caps lock on? Ugh. Stupid caps lock. Let me see if I got that right. I seem to have nailed it. Yes. There I was, saying to myself, "Meow, meow, meow, meow. Drink more water." You know what? Drink more water. Who am I to deny? Yellow Timer, how's it going? Yellow Timer, how are you? How have you been? It feels like it's been a minute. Ooh, that's awful. That's annoying. Feels like it's been a minute. How have you been? Oh, what were you up to tonight? What was everyone up to tonight? What were you playing? I must know the details. That lineup? No, but it's fine. There we go. Okay, now it's all going down. How many hours you got in this save? What up, Spunk? We have... $450 hours! Woo! 450 hours into this one. It is going along well, though. It is going... Wow, I know, right? Play Tetris first, then Dead by Daylight. Oh, that sounds like fun. That sounds like y'all were having a good time then. Okay, so that's all connected. I mean, it looks wonky right there, but it's fine. It connects up to where we need it to go. So. All is working as intended. Let's go stand on top of this belt so that way it can take us to where we want to go. I am currently trafficking all of the uranium in the world to the proper location. That's kind of what my doing is going on right now. Do I want it like that? Yeah, I want it like that. I want it just like that, in fact. Perfect. There we go. Hello, Mr. Egg. Yo, what up, Joe? How's it going? How are ya? You're just in time to see us build more belt highways. We've got all of the uranium working itself into the system, figuring its stuff out, having a good time. Oop, oop. There we go. So yeah, 450 hours. We're so close to... I say close. I am hours yet still from finishing the nuclear power plant, but do we care? No. We will build it, we will finish it, and that is that, goddammit. Egg, did you like Balatro? I enjoyed it. I was not... Okay. How do I phrase this nicely? I think Balatro is a fantastically well-made game. I think it has very great, roguelike, qualities. I love the unlocks. I thoroughly enjoyed my time playing it. That being said, I have not played it in a long-ass time. I haven't played it in a while. Probably only because... actually, do I have a good excuse for it? I don't know if I do. Ooh, that does not look good, though. Does it? That doesn't look good either. Let me do like this. Whoa. I'm broken it. Clover Pit. It's the next Balatro-like. It's a slot machine Balatro. I've played it, actually. Just not on stream. I didn't play it on stream. How do I phrase? I was having fun. It's very random, though. Yeah. I was having I was having fun with Clover Pit, but my biggest, it's not really a problem, my concern with it is that, like, the fun factor diminished kind of quickly. Does that make sense? Like, I get it. I was having fun. I was like, yeah, it's a cool game. And it's like, you know, here's some stuff. But all of a sudden, I'm like, all of the steps quickly made me disinterested. So, like, and not to mention the tedium. It makes you, like, pick up all the coins after the round every single time. And it has to show me that I get a ticket. Like, I get it. I got a ticket. I have to pick up that money. That's cool. There's just almost too many things breaking up the speed of the game that I'm like, you know, just let me have the thing. There's a reason for the coins, but the ticket is annoying. Yeah. Just been playing Mind Mogul as of late. Like a simpler Satisfactory. Yeah. Like, I have Mind Mogul on my thing. I watched Let's Game It Out play it for like 5 minutes before I realized I need to play this game. So, I stopped watching, and I haven't been back to watch it since, so. It's too meta, unlike Velatro, right? Yeah, I could probably see that. Like, it feels like there's probably not... There's randomness to it, but all the random is on the slot machine, not what is a good item to get to make you get the thing, if that makes sense, from what I've played of it. So, with Velatro, you can work with what you got. Yeah, and I think... Okay, another thing that I like in Velatro, as opposed to, like, Clover Pit, is that you have the ability to manipulate essentially the game pieces themselves. You know what I mean? Like, you can change the cards, you can do things to make the deck a little bit more into your favor. Whereas Clover Pit, I feel like, only has mild adjustment, and it's still so much more random chance to it. So, I don't know. It's not as easy as Velatro to build something from nothing. If you don't start building a good setup in Clover Pit, you just lose. Which happened to me a few times, where it's like, I would get to a certain point and I'm like, I'm just not getting anything good that is going to help me win the video game. And if that's the case, you know, what do you do? Like, I've tried it, I played it, I had fun until, and like I said, like, I think the best way to describe it is I was having fun with it until suddenly I wasn't. And I can't pinpoint what that moment was. All I know is that it did happen. If that makes any sense to anyone. So, yep, So it's like, I don't know. I love the idea. And I love that people are making games that are very much in that vein of like, yeah, this is, you know, a roguelike in using a system that you probably don't normally associate with a roguelike. I like that. I want more roguelikes in the space. Right? Like, I think Vampire Survivor was the first one to really kind of kick this off, in my opinion. It's not the first, I get it, but it sparked a wave of roguelites using old models and turning it into a roguelike. Like, again, like poker. Like, I have a handheld poker game that I have played for, oh god, since I was like 12. you know? And it's like, they exist, but to turn it into a video game like that is unique and cool. It's the kind of game that I'll cheat in to, you know, get through the ending because I don't want to RNG that long. Yeah. You kind of just, you find out what works the best, and then you just don't deviate from it. Like, I think there's just not enough. I can't say randomness. Because there's plenty of randomness in Clover Pit. But I think there's not enough reliable randomness to it, right? Like, again, we can use Balatro as a great example and say, we know what kind of works and what doesn't. Right? Like, you can look at Balatro and say, okay, I picked up this card. This card is good in this circumstance. Ergo, I should probably focus on, you know, on getting this card online. So you sit there and you work and you try to get one card to start doing the thing. And sometimes you get a thing that says, okay, now deviate. And that can work out great too. Need to build the symbol value and the pattern multiplier and the likelihoods all separately. Whereas, and another factor is that I think the thing that Balatro has kind of going for it in that regard is that you look at it in the sense of, well, if I get this one thing, I might not win, but you have 5 things doing other things, right? Like, you have 5 Joker cards essentially giving you options to say, well, this one might not be working out well for you right now, but these ones are working. So, but these two are doing something, and these two are really doing something. Maybe focus on these 2 things for a minute, and you can swap all these things out, like, really, really effectively. And I didn't get the same sense that I could do that in Clover Pit. Like, the means to purchase stuff in Clover Pit felt very, very more restricted. And being like, you gotta lock in on, you know, on this thing if you're gonna keep playing. Which I don't know if I liked as much. Like, I can probably still, you know, play through it. Oh, another thing I did not like, I tried to play it on stream, and resizing the window is a bitch. They don't have just a basic, you know, go to windowed mode with this resolution. It's just, you know, what resolution do you want just our game to appear in? And you gotta figure out your window shit on your own. That pissed me off. That pissed me off greatly. And I was like, I don't wanna, you know, sit here and twiddle with these settings to try and just make it fit the screen for stream. It annoyed me. But that's not a gameplay thing. That's just a, hey, dev, why wasn't this an option from, you know, the get-go? And I have said that of every game that I've ever run across that does not allow you to simply change the resolution of a video game. If I can't just make the thing, if I can't make the window one of these sizes at the click of a button, why the hell am I even bothering? They had custom resolutions before the 2000s. We're regressing. We are. Everything's regressing backwards. Everything's going in a way we don't want it to go. Why? And I don't understand. I don't understand. And it might just be the amount of output of video games. Does that make sense? It's like there is an increase in output of video games, which we have to decide as a society, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because, and this is not to say that I am like, that it's a bad thing. I personally think that more video games by especially indie developers is a good thing. I think that giving the ability to make video games more accessible to anyone is a good thing. But we have to look at the logistical problems of it, right? We have to look at the, I don't want to say obvious, but there is a problem when you have anything that has just too much in the market. Right? Like, let's look at it this way. If someone comes up with the technology, someone comes up with the latest and greatest product that does X, and suddenly X become, like, the industry for whatever this product is becomes massive, right? Like, this one company that came up with this thing is making this thing, and it's making them billions and billions of dollars. Other people are going to want to tap into that. And in a fair market, which I fully support, I agree that more people should be allowed to tap into that market, and essentially what's going to happen is things are going to balance out to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, it's still a massively billion-dollar industry. Everyone's happy. Everyone's, every one of these companies is making something, and it's cool, and everyone's happy. Fantastic. Wonderful. And then it becomes so accessible that essentially, like, with just a YouTube resource and some pre-made artwork, anybody can make a video game or can make this product. But you get my point. You're seeing where my analogy is going. And what we end up with, and what we are ending up with, is, frankly, AI trash. We are running into a problem of there's just too many things out there to discern for the common man, will say, to discern what is worth investing your time and money into. And what ends up happening with situations like that is you have an overabundance of all of these things to the point where people just stop investing in those things. Suddenly people are like, look, I've seen this thing 78 times. I don't need another one. And what will happen, as is what happens with all of the things that this industry does. Let's take an example of, like, a pencil. You can buy all kinds of pencils. Pencils exist in all kinds of markets. But what you end up getting is just the same thing over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? What up, Shade? How's it going? How are you? And I fear that because there's almost too much in the whatever, what you're going to end up with is these games or these, you know, setups that are just in a constant state of mediocrity. Damn it, I did it in the wrong direction. And I would like to not see that happen. Well, that looks a little weird, but it's fine. Does anybody remember which belt was... Whoops. Does anybody remember which belt was the good one and which one was the bad? Or which one was the 1200, which one is the 6? I'm afraid I have forgotten. I fear that I may have forgotten. Inside. Inside was 12, but is it still the inside? Is that one still the inside? I don't think it would change. Also, Shade, how goes your Wednesday? How is Wednesday? Wednesday. Wednesday. Smogest. Oh, poor Chad. I do not believe that... Oh, I can ride this belt. I can ride this belt back. I do not believe that the sides have changed. I do not believe they have. I am going to go make absolutely positively sure. Because I don't want to screw this up. I don't want to screw this up and have to go fix it later. Anyways. Going back to my argument, whatever. It's the same in any corporate, anything, any sort of job, any sort of whatever. When you have too much of the same thing, value goes down. If everyone suddenly became an artist, the art world would just collapse on itself and be like, yeah, nobody is buying artwork right now. Like, there's just too much of it. And I think we're at that stage a little bit with game development. I believe that there's just almost too much of it out there to the point where it diminishes its value a little bit. That's not to say that I don't still thoroughly enjoy when games come out and people are like, hell yeah, this game is like amazing and people have unique ideas. Like, it's the difference between, you know, like picking up the latest, you know, slopfest AI game versus Blueprints. As an example, a game like Blueprints comes out and just changes the name of the game, right? All of a sudden it's just like, you know what? It did change. Oh no. Okay. It did change. This is exactly why I came over here. If I'm looking at this right, I believe that the belts have switched sides. Because the inside belt here was what got blended into the other one. I'm gonna go make absolutely sure. I'm gonna go make absolutely sure and clean up this foundation. So yeah, like I said, it's kind of, again, what's a great analogy? What's a good analogy for this? The difference between a work of art that someone considers like a masterpiece versus something that got painted, in art class the other day. They both have a value to them, but that value is intrinsically tied to the person. Like, in other words, like, hey, I painted this in art class. Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. I love it. I want more people to learn to do those things and appreciate those things. But you are not Van Gogh. Like, let's just put it out there. You are not suddenly Van Gogh. Okay, yes, I was right. So the inside belt here is 1200. So this belt that I'm riding on currently is 1200. This is 1200. Which I believe it does switch once we get down to the bottom. Sploosh. Sploosh again. One second, I gotta get back over here. Inside becomes the outside. So this one is this one. So this is the 1200. And it's back on the inside. Okay. Fantastic. So this is the 1200. This is the 12. I gotta keep this. I gotta keep track of this. Otherwise, it's gonna be very bad if I don't. Otherwise, I'm gonna screw everything up and we won't have enough uranium to actually power our nuclear power plants. So, the one I'm on right now, 1200. Got it. Does my, everyone keeping up with my kind of analogy of, like, painting? I think it's a good analogy. I think it's a good comparison. I know you're good at art, but you're not Van Gogh. Sounds like something an Asian parent would say. I'm Asian, by the way. Gotcha. Yeah. Rough. But the analogy fits, right? Thankfully, my parents didn't say that stuff to me. Thankfully, yes. I mean, there's a level of encouragement and, oh dear God, I'm not good enough, and we gotta get that balance. I get what you mean. Yeah. So it's like I encourage people to explore things that make them be creative. If that means game development, fantastic. I approve. I want them to explore that. But there's so many games out there now that people are doing this, and people need to realize that it's not always going to hit their target audience. It's not going to be the next, your game might not be the next Balatro. Your game might not even be anything. It's not going to be the next Five Nights at Freddy's. It's not going to be this thing. It's really, really cool when it is. But you can't bank on that fact. we can't use that as our business model, for example. Like, you can't... Oh, did I connect it already? Nope, I didn't. Oh, good thing I just did that. Which I think corporations have also gotten wrong. I think major corporations, major, like, video game publishers have screwed up the same things by actively just standing there and saying, like, well, this works and we know this works, so let's do X, and they expect something to happen. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I'm going to, first and foremost, get a merger here. This is gonna go here. We need a balancer. Need my 2-to-2 balancer, which will need, you know, a quick update, but that's fine. So I think this thing needs, like... Oh no, this one works. This one's working the way that it's supposed to. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait. No, this is wrong. It's supposed to be not like that, like that. Goes to the bottom and the top, goes to the top and the bottom. Yep, that's how it's supposed to look. I wonder why that's messed up in the blueprint. Huh. Weird. Anyway. Shabam. We now have 2 lines, both equaling, let's do the math there. 1200 plus. I typed 1200 wrong. Plus 900 equals that. Divide that by 2. 1050 in each one. Fantastic. That's great news, because we only need... Let me go back to the planner. I only need 937.5 in each one. Which means we have some excess. And that's fine. We need to have the excess. Now I need to get it over to there. So now we need to belt it all the way over to this thing. This thing's gonna get... Oh, where am I gonna... I'm gonna have to do it from underneath, aren't I? Alright, so we're gonna have to do it from underneath. And I think that's gonna be okay. I don't see a problem with that. Really? Why is there a... thing missing here? Why can't I scroll? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. I would like for the wall to be the same. So we're going to extend the wall. Just dang it. Go like that. You're going to need that. and we will keep it as in line as we can. So like that. Those go that way. Oh, I forgot I gotta go down here and get this part set up first. Whoops! We get this part set up first. Well, that was weird. Bring this all the way up to the top. Bring this all the way down to the bottom. Whoop. All right. So now, we're gonna bring, I'm thinking right here. Thinking I bring it right here from underneath. And underneath is gonna be pretty easy to navigate, especially considering these are now 2 equal belts, so it does not really matter how or why these go. Or which one connects to which, you know what I mean. Doesn't matter which one connects to which, because life is going to work out perfectly because of the math. I need to go get the spot set up for where it goes down, so that way I know where I'm going. 1 second. Let's go get our setup ready for where it go down. Drink water. I've been talking a lot. There we go. I do not want to interfere with pipes here. So, are there... I think I can get away with that. I think I can get away with not interfering with anything, so no clipping will happen, which is good. Let's do... Oh, is that too far? Hold on, that's probably too far. Go like that. I don't want to go that way because I don't want to cross those. So we'll do... Ow! Ow! How is this thing alive? How have I never murdered that? Bop. How have I never murdered that dumb thing? Well, whatever. It's dead now. That's the part that matters. Ooh, that annoys me. That shouldn't annoy me that badly, but it did. Oh, you piece of junk. I really, really hate when the game does that, and I really, really wish I could find a a way to make it not do that. But it just do that. Whoops, there we go. Bring this all the way to here. Like that. There we go. Like that. Just gotta keep going this way until I run into the general path of the next one. We will combine everything. Everything will look wonderful. Okay, I'm starting to get close to that, so let's bring that line closer. Oop, there we go. Okay, let's bring this line closer now. Have I done both of them, or did I do just one of them? I did just one of them. Okay. That's fine. We'll just fall in line right next to this one. Bring this one all the way over. I really hate that it is demanding my attention to be like, hey, you want to go into this thing above here? No. Really don't. There's almost like too many things hidden under there to make it difficult. And there we go. 2 lines of uranium. What did I say? 1,050 each? 1,050 each going into... I've got stuff in my pocket again. I don't know what that extra copper is for. Like, I don't actually know what this copper is for. I'm sure it's for something. I just don't remember what. And maybe it's not for anything. Maybe it's just actually bad. I don't know. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I did too many. It's very much in the realm of possibility. These are gonna need to go into these. So let's bring this a little bit closer. Swoop. Yeah, they're going to be a little offset, but that's fine. Whoops. Is that about there? Nope, can go up one. Okay, damn it. Come on. Come on. About in line with that one. It's a little wonky, but it'll be fine. Same with this one. Come on. Come on. There you go. And this one is higher than that one. So about there. Slots in like that. So now, if everything is as it should be, once I connect this up, we start flooding this system with stuff, and it's gonna actually, ooh, it's gonna start making stuff. I don't want you making stuff yet. Fill the system. Middle is any, right is overflow. Then it merges and everything works fine. Okay, so now it has all of that. I would like for the game to not make this right now. Like, I don't need to make the stuff. Because if I start making it, then it's going to start trying to make these, and I don't need to make those because these are not ready to go. Well, they kind of are. They kind of are. Like, once this stuff starts getting made, it's going to start funneling it into these systems. It's going to start saying, hey, we want to make this thing. So I guess, actually, maybe I do want these being made. Maybe I do want these being made, so that way I have an overabundance of these things. But there's going to be radioactivity here. You know what? Start making. I will deal with the consequences later. Because we do actually want a backlog of the fuel rods, and so long as they're not going into the power system to make waste, we shouldn't have a problem. It's only when we start making the waste that we're gonna have to panic, because you have to get rid of it. Otherwise, because you can't sink waste, you have to use the waste to do something. So I guess I get this started. This will start making these things. These things will start saying, hey, we want to make that stuff. Case in point. Case. And it will start producing fuel rods. Those fuel rods will back up. We're going to have a ton of radiation over here. But it's fine. But it's fine. For now. Because it takes a long-ass time for this to actually get to a point where it's backing up, right? Like, we're talking a whole minute, just 1.5 per minute. Yeah. It's going to take a long-ass time for this to actually start being a problem. So, now that these things are filling up to the point where they have an overabundance, we will start to see the other system catching up eventually once this thing is chock full. Once this thing is completely filled, which, why isn't it? No, it's getting there. It's getting there. Okay, it's catching up. Another big, massive step towards ultimate power is complete. This one's also catching up. So as soon as this one's caught up, then what's going to happen is overflow is going to start kicking in. And once the overflow starts kicking in, these things start getting fed a little bit at a time, and this will just take a long time to catch up. Which is fine. The numbers balance, we have an excess, so you know, this line should eventually get entirely filled and everything should be fine, wonderful, dandy, and awesome. Now, my big question is, how come it's starting here? Oh, right. That's why it's starting here, because I put the start to be here. Right. And the start, and then this is the end of said lines. That's why it's only got 5. All right. These need some kind of color to them. What kind of color should these have? They need some kind of... I don't want identical. I don't want identical. We want, like, it's a mostly green, but it's like a dark kind of green. Ooh, that's not bad. With a little bit of yellow involved. But I kind of want, like, a... Yeah, try that. Ooh, yeah, that sets it apart from the other one. That sets it apart from that. Gives it a good contrast. Okay, fantastic. So let's do... Whoop, how do I... Oh, this is... There we go. So now we color code everything. Everything gets, you know, nice bit of color. Look at how much is actually getting produced right here. And it's not enough to flood the system, like, almost immediately. We do have some fuel rods all ready to go, though. Look at that. Uranium fuel rods, baby! What that's gonna do is they're gonna fill this entire system, which I'm gonna need to organize how that goes. Somehow, next step is getting the belt system set up for this, which I believe the top is the input and the bottom is the output. So, if my numbers are all correct, which I believe they are, we're going to have a... Let me look at my mapping system here. We're going to have an output of 2,250 uranium waste with only 45 input. So for a 45 input, we have a 2,250 output. Now, that means I need 2 output lines, which I believe I'll just say is these 2 rows of 3? Like, we'll just do 1 row, 1 row, 1 row, an output, followed by an output. So that way we have our 2 outputs going into, then those get taken all the way to the other end of everything. Okay, this is going to take me a while to fly over there, apparently. But I can do it. I can get over there. Hold on, why is... You guys are already clogged up with these things? How? Wait, are you guys not connected? Is something not connected? It's not connected. I was like, how are you already clogged up with these and not funneling them out? It's because I didn't connect the outputs. Now the outputs are connected. All of the other outputs are connected, right? Yes. Okay. Good. Fine. Dandy. I was so confused there for a second. I'm like, why are you, you know, slow about doing this? So, now, all of this nuclear waste, these 2 lines, which, what was my number again? 2,250, which means 1,125, fits on our belts. Everything's great. Everything's wonderful. Gets brought over to these... this setup over here. This is why I had to have all of this set up before we actually started doing any of this, right? Like, we had to actually have a backup of everything before we could do that, because those systems are going to come over to this system right here and get funneled into We're almost there. This is such a big platform. This platform's almost too big. I'm starting to worry. I should have worried a long time ago. I didn't. So, that nuclear waste is going to go onto this system, into these two, which should be entirely connected because, like I said, a belt of 1,150, 1,125 details will funnel into this system, making non-fissile uranium. The non-fissile uranium gets broken up into, goes from a 4 to 3 balancer, which I know is weird. Okay, it's a 4 to 3 balancer, but it does work, and it looks pretty cool. Goes into this system and makes encased plutonium. Encased plutonium will then get, let's see, because that makes plenty of each, so a singular output gets brought together. Did I connect the outputs together at the very, very end? Did I do that? Please tell me I did that. I believe that I did. Yes. Because this is our output. So, connect, everything's connected into a singular output, because this should, in theory, only make, if I'm remembering right, 400? Yeah, 400. 400 plutonium cells. 200 plutonium, 400, 200, something, I don't know. Big number. Will eventually get diverted into these things, making plutonium fuel rods. Plutonium fuel rods will go into another set of reactors. And then we kick off the crazy. Because after that, then we need to start worrying about the Fixonium stuff. And the Fixonium stuff means I'm going to need to build the nodes, get all that set up. Why? Oh, they're just not connected to power, but they're connected to each other, right? I mean, why do I not have them connected to a power? I can. I mean, it's not like they're going to do anything. They're not going to run without other things to go into them, so... Sure, connect to power, I don't care. So, once we get the plutonium waste going, that's going to be our probably next thing that I got to start working towards. We're going to have to start building more things for Fixonium. I need to get... Wait, did I not get the singularity cells done? Singularity cells are done, aren't they not? Isn't that these? Are you singularity cells? Your radio control units. I haven't made the singularity cells yet. Okay. That's probably one of the next big things I gotta get done. And to do that, we need the 6 particle accelerators over there, turning diamonds into other stuff. Okay, so I have a plan. So there's... oh, there's so much. So, the diamonds are going to get turned into a thing, probably over there. They'll get, you know, worked up about something else. Nuclear pasta is already done, and it's going to go into the... All of this nuclear pasta is going into the singularity cells. Well, like, wait, no. Yes. All of this nuclear pasta... just for singularity cells. So, singularity cells will probably get made here. Diamonds will get made over there. Or not diamonds, not diamonds. The, dark matter crystals. Dark matter crystals get made over there, which we will be making with our other nonsense big stuff. Yes. So our other nonsense big stuff will get, like, this is when I have to start cheating and modding the game. But it will work, and we're going to have to start probably focusing on that after some other stuff. Maybe after this gets caught up. Because I need all of this stuff. So all of these cells and whatnot needs to be completely backed up. And then I need to get the belt systems in place, ready for, you know, all of this. I also need to get the power grid set up. I'm probably going to do a power grid offline because nobody wants to sit here and watch me place, you know, power lines for an entire stream. So, we also need to get water. Oh, we need so much water. There's going to be... Okay, there was another... I saw... There is a way to make a blueprint using the water pumps. I'm going to... Probably next stream, I will try to do that. I will try to see how they kind of make it work. And the way that it kind of works is you build a platform underwater at a certain depth. And then you place your blueprint maker on that. And then what you can do is you can build or you can place the water pumps at just the right level. I need to watch another video on it because it's like it's very difficult, needless to say. But if I can get a why is this slow? That's why that's slow. I'm like, this should not be slow. This whole thing should be moving at equal pacing. It is not. Yeah, we're 7. All this time, we're backlogged by 7. That's gonna take a long time to catch up. This is going to take a while. And it is highly radioactive to stand next to them. God damn. Okay. So. Is it radioactive stand next to this thing? Like, what if I stand next to this one? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some major work here to make sure that this all works well. Like I said, if I can get a blueprint next time that lets me build the water pumps in a clean setup, I will absolutely make that happen. We will speed up the process of getting our water into these systems much, much, much faster. And every single one of these, so what I'm going to be doing is making it's 6 pipes per one of these things. So, I need, let me remember. It's a lot of water. But each one, let me just copy this thing. Let me see. Essentially, we need 180 water pumps to make this all work. So if I copy it, paste that, and just do 1. That's 2 pumps per unit. So 2 pumps, which means 6. I need 12 pumps at every single one of these lines. So yeah, if I can get a blueprint, I need to figure out how to do the blueprint before next time. We figure out how to make the blueprint before next time, and what we can do is we can kind of do that. So let me go over here, and I'll probably try it right around there. I'll kind of show you what I mean. Right? I'll show you sort of how it's supposed to go, Yeah, and you see equal lines. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. Equal lined inputs. Yes. It's wonderful. One of my concrete things finally having a hiccup is one of you things finally screwing something up? Because that doesn't look like enough. It doesn't look like the usual amount you're outputting, but you're probably running at 100%, aren't you? 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. Eh? Why would that have changed? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. So, if I were to go just like over here, right? See how these are placed in water. What I then do is I say, okay, well, I want to build this thing. We build like this. What I can do is then do... Not that. Hologram cannot be placed in Blueprint Designer. Don't give me that bullshit. No. No, I swear there was a way to do it. Building also cannot be nudged. I hate water pumps. Did I not build it right? Did I not put it down low enough? Not enough. Have a good night, Ed. Good night, Talscan. Sleep well. This thing is not letting me do the thing, so... Need more water. Apparently. So, let me try this. I mean, it's saying I can't place it at all. If I build it like this, like way more down, will it let me do it like this? What if I did this? Nope, it full on says no and go fuck yourself. Damn it. No matter how low I build it, so... Sounds like it's gonna be tedium. It's alright, tedium it be. It sounds like it's just going to be work. Sounds like it's gonna be a grueling task of just building lots and lots of water pumps and organizing them as best as I possibly can. So, to do that, we're gonna probably start getting a... What I will probably do is maybe in my offline, right? Maybe in some offline time, what we do is I will go down, build, because remember I set up like spots where I'm like, hey, this is where I want water to come up. And so maybe what I do is I get things prepared for piping first. And then I get one side built and just say, this is going to be a layout of how I kind of want it to look. So we'll do it, so we'll do one first and then figure out how it's going to go. Yeah, so all the waters are going to go up this wall and feed into all these things. Water's going to go up this wall, feed into those ones, and so on and so forth. So, we're going to need... I'm going to... Funny enough, I'm actually also not going to need this one. I need just these ones, because we're going to have to build a layer right here that I can pipe all of it up into. So I'm going to need so much more concrete. Ooh! We're going to need concrete platforms going all over the place underneath here. At least as far as the nuclear power plants are concerned. And I want to make sure that I don't die. So I'm gonna have to get a... You know what? There's an easier way to do this. Ooh. Don't kill that before I'm all the way up. There's an easier way to do this. Let me go make a fast blueprint. This blueprint will be very, very, very quick. I'm just going to build a power wall, essentially. I'm going to build a wall that has power connections ready to go, so that way I can just, you know, attach. That way there's no excessive stupid going on. I can just be like, yep, this is the setup. Everything looks great. You know, I can also get the pipes done on this. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Oops. Hold on. I know I said this was going to be a fast blueprint, but hear me out. Inspiration struck. Oops. And that right there is a nuclear pipe wall. Okay. Ooh, okay, hold on. All right, I can work with this. Nuke, pipe, wall. Select our icon. I mean, it's probably just going to be, not a part. Equipment? No. Is it considered a building? Yes. Okay. It's going to be that. Select our color. Make it kind of a green so we know exactly what I'm after. Clear that blueprint. Okay. And then, hear me out. I'm going to do the same thing real fast like. For the floor. So that way I could just say, yeah. And now we do a floor one, and everything works out. Everything will work great. Good night, Egg. Good night, Jack. Good night, Fade. Sleep well. We'll see you maybe Friday. I still don't know what's happening on Friday. I probably won't know what's happening on Friday until, like, day of. But that's okay. That will be okay. Regardless, I'm sure it will be fun. Don't worry, I'm just going to finish this blueprint, and then I'm going to be wrapping up for the night as well. No, wait, I don't want to do this, because I'm going to have, at least not pipes. I don't need pipes. What I can have is a platform, though, that's equipped and ready to go with power. Why not put it at the absolute end, then, me? Because it doesn't fit. Damn. Well. We're just gonna call this Nuke Pipe Floor. Nuke Pipe Floor. It's gonna be a building. It's going to be just a platform. It's just one of the platforms. I don't need it to be like, you know, one of the whatevers. Come on, just find the thing. Find the right platform, me. Find the right platform. You know what? Sure. Why the hell not? That one. Okay. So we have an idea, and we have our setup, so that's going to be probably the next big thing is I got to get this stuff set up. I got to get this stuff belted, piped up, all that good jazz figured out. Why are we suddenly not getting uranium in the system? Because I accidentally... No, I didn't. I didn't accidentally break something. Wait, why are we not getting any uranium into the system? Did something happen? Hold on. Huh. One second. 62. 125. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 750. There should be 1,000 on that line. Yeah, there should be over 1,000 on that line. It's only needing 750. Why is it backing up? That doesn't make any sense. $125, $125, $125. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 times 125. Yeah, yeah. 750. Am I wrong in that? No, I'm not wrong in that. Why is it not going through the system? Why are we not getting a overflowed output? We should absolutely be having an overflow. Is something wrong with the balancers? No. Why is one of these lines not full? This line right here should be jam-packed. It should be constant, not in pieces. What's going on? Yeah, this should not be separated any way, shape, or form. This should be a full 1200 belt. It should be like to the max. This is a 900. Like, huh? You know what? This sounds like a problem. I'm gonna have to investigate. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Probably again in the offline. Huh? Something is clearly broken. And I am not sure what. So I'm going to have to go figure that out. I will have to figure that out. Let's find a Radible. Find a Radible. Radible? I don't know what Hyphen's playing, so we'll bug him. We'll bug Hyphen. Yeah, I will figure out what's going on with this belt and sort that out, I guess. I'm really, really confused right now. That should be 900 and 1200. But that is not a 1200, look to it. That's what 1200 looks like. 1200 looks like that, where it's like, yep, everything gets filled. It is to the max. So something is going on here, and I don't know what. Did I not overclock one? I don't think I overclocked it. I don't think I overclocked it. Or maybe I did. I don't know. I'll go figure it out. I'll go track it down, and I'll figure it out, and I'll get it fixed. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming and hanging out. I appreciate all of you coming and hanging and chilling with me while I do my buildy stuff. I mean, the project's, it's only getting more. We're 450 hours in. So yeah. Taliscan, thank you so much for the raid. Polter, also, thank you so much for the raid and for the follow. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yellow Timer, it was great seeing you again. I don't know if, I don't think I missed a message, but, you know, anyway. So, yeah, I'll figure out what's happening on Friday, when Friday happens, and I will update accordingly. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. Until I see y'all again, talk to you.